seem to be getting a couple of dropped frames. Looks like it's maybe stabilizing a little bit now. Let me know, is it cutting out? How's the reception for you guys? So it's pretty interesting. I think there's some sort of competition that Arturia might be running with regards to, hey, Luchko, been a while. Some of my Patreons told me that Arturia, I think, is running a competition where people are asked to create like an entire track or something on the MicroFreak. I haven't read too much about it, but a couple of Patreons were asking about, specific instruments, like how to create a snare on the MicroFreak and that kind of thing. And that led me to think about, possibly doing a stream, which is like try to make as much of a track or like a main loop of a track using just the MicroFreak, because it's such a versatile thing. It really is. It is one of my favorite fixed architecture synths on the market. I think maybe we should just wait a little bit for the frame rate to stabilize. Looks like it's going all the way up and down and all over the place. So the sound that you heard was actually, it's the setting that I usually use on my MicroFreak when I'm doing live performances. It's like the formant mode, basically the delay armor. I do have a video on how to get that exact sound, also how to route it inside your DAW like this to make things a bit easier. So anyway, I'm not going to get too much into how I've set the things up, how I've routed it, and that kind of thing today, because I do have videos on that kind of thing coming out. But I think what could be interesting is maybe looking at more specific, like, sound design things. Like, we all know how to make a kick drum, we all know how to make a hi-hat and a snare and that kind of thing. But things apply slightly differently for different hardware instruments because of the way that envelopes react and that kind of thing. Every hardware instrument has its intricacies and that kind of thing. So I thought it might be cool to explore, how far can we push the MicroFreak, how many different tones and that kind of thing can we get out of it? Can we make drums? Can we make snares? Can we make bass lines? Can we make formants, FMs, and that kind of thing? I think we can because I've done it before, but I haven't really put it all in the context of a track. I kind of do it one by one and that kind of thing. But so I thought it'd be interesting for a stream. So what I want to do is maybe we're going to come back to the sound, but because obviously the thing is like it's can only really do like a single sound at a time. It's not multi-timbral. So we're going to have to kind of work step by step, first look at creating a kick drum, etc., etc. But I kind of like the sound that we've created here. So we can maybe like render it in as a sort of placeholder or whatever, and then we can start layering the kick and stuff on top of that. I thought that could be cool. So let's think about maybe transposing it down, because it's still in C, which is not a very common key for Psytrance. So maybe let's look at like putting it in G. No, we're not going to shift the velocity. Let's listen to how this sounds. The thing is, I don't think I'm going to be saving patches here. I kind of just want to, like, how can I say, just let it flow. And the problem with saving patches, I often find, like, sometimes you got to think, like, okay, well, how is this, especially with the hardware stuff, like slotting it into the memory slots and all that kind of thing. I usually just go back to init once I've recorded it in, because, I mean, do you guys want the patches? Should I be saving the patches? Because naming them and stuff, it's, you know what I mean, with knobs, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So it's a bit of a, you know, the patches thing on hardware. I kind of don't like doing that because it takes you like a few minutes to name the thing, and by that time you're not feeling inspired or whatever anymore. So we're not going to do the complete signal path. Channel settings sounds good. Let's render that. So there's often when recording like from hardware sources, you do get like this kind of like timing offsets and stuff because of latency and stuff. Obviously, because I'm like streaming, the load on my CPU is quite high, so I have to use quite a high buffer size. But generally, this is why I will render the dry, so I can kind of turn off the effects, line it up properly, and then turn the effects back on again, if you know what I mean. So here, what I want to do actually is, we can set up in the menu for Cubase to automatically adjust for record latency and stuff like that, but the problem is it always changes because of when I'm filming a video and when I'm just working normally for some reason. So what you can do is you can actually look, okay, where does the wave change, and just line it up with the note change. Here we might have to copy the end and put it on the beginning here. So I'm going to put a MIDI here, like a blank MIDI track, so I can save any of these kind of leads and stuff that I do, because we're going to be quite destructive in the way that we work today. So because now I'm going to make a kick and it's going to be on the same channel. So here what we can do is, I'm just going to put this MIDI modifier as -5 just so I remember what it should all be. It doesn't matter because it's a blank MIDI channel, but just to keep things concise, it might be a good idea to do that. So cool. Okay, let's look at making a kick drum. So I'm just going to put in Okay, it's the wrong note for now, but you guys know the vibe. I've actually got a macro automatically populate this with kicks. Why is it not working? There we go. Cool, let's jump over to the MicroFreak. I'm thinking the most logical step is to probably go into basic shapes mode. And then we can morph over to a sine wave. Or is it this way? And then just apply a pitch envelope. Okay, that's strange. So the basic shapes doesn't have a sine wave. So in a situation with something like this, when this happens, you don't have a sine wave, what you could potentially do, I guess it might be difficult because we've still got like the audio coming in. So we'll find another another mode that has a sine wave. But for example, like on my SH101, which doesn't have a sine oscillator, a nice trick to create a sine oscillator. Hey, wow, Psyda, thank you, dude. Thank you. I'm going to show you that snare drum thing a little bit later on. For example, with the SH101, which doesn't have a sine oscillator, a really cool trick is to overdrive the resonance on the filter and then add an envelope to the filter, and that creates a sine wave. In this context, it might be a bit difficult because we're going to have some sound coming through from the oscillators. But I'm sure there's, is it virtual analog, which we can create a sine with? Couldn't you hear the mic? So the closest I could get to a sine wave is oscillator type wave shaper, and then the wave knob at about 50%. And then, excuse me. So because I want a separate envelope for the amp as well as for the pitch, you can set the cycling envelope or cycling LFO or whatever you want to use it. You can set that over to envelope mode. So this would be LFO mode or envelope mode. So it doesn't cycle, it just goes like once. And then we assign it to the pitch using the modulation matrix over here. So I just went all the way 100%. Okay, so this is interesting. Like, we don't quite get as much pitch envelope as we generally want in a sidetrans kick. What we can do is we can actually send some of this envelope through to that pitch as well using the modulation matrix. So here, because we've had to turn off this amp envelope, we have to change the actual shape or the length of our kick in the DAW, and we may have to load it into a sampler just to kind of fine-tune the amp envelope. But I think here it's important to get the tone correct, because once we've sampled it, the tone stays the same. The envelope can change, do you know what I mean? Okay, so here I want to actually maybe just sample in like one at a time, just so that we don't get that overlap. Hey, Uncle Butt, hey, Sleepwalker, how you guys doing? And Andy K as well, if I haven't said hello to you guys yet. Hello to everybody. Hello to everybody. Everyone gets a greeting. Is there a function to the patterns on the keys, or are they purely decorative? So the little, you'll see like in between each of those little metal pads on the keys represents like a conductor, and the more of those pads that your finger touches, the more, so it doesn't have velocity sensitivity, it's got pressure sensitivity because of how much of those pads your finger touches. So it does have a function, but they made it look cooler than if it was just dots. They kind of connected the dots with little patterns and things. So the dots and stuff do have a function. It's like it picks each of those. Oh my god, my fucking network! I swear to God, I'm gonna phone and rage at my ISP right now. So the dots do have a function. They're like capacitive touch controllers. Okay, so here I want to like fine tune that like transient to really get that perfect like click. Oh, that's nice. Disregard the little at the end because we're going to shave that off with the sampler. That is nice and goa punchy, hey? What do you guys think? Should we stick with this one? This goof, goof. What do you guys reckon? Or should we do it snappier? I think with this, we could actually get it a bit snappier using a sampler track and stuff. So let's maybe render this one in and we can see how it goes. How's that for a power trick, eh? If you have snap to zero crossing, you can just choose where, like which zero crossing the snap starts at. And the further you go in the wave, the less of that snap you're going to have. So it's cool to record too much, and then you can kind of reduce it a little bit just using the start point of the sample. But it's important that you've got something that has a snap to zero crossing, because if you just put it anywhere, there'll be like a bad click, not a good click, if you know what I mean. Wait till you hear the noise thing in this thing. So for those who follow my modular streams and stuff, you may have noticed at one point I had a thing called the Bassimilus Iteritus Alta, which was a really, really cool drum synth, but it was too much. And to kind of understand the things, it was a little bit too kind of avant-garde to play. So the cool thing is that a lot of the algorithms from that are actually, specifically the noise algorithm is in there. And that was really cool to create snares and hats, but being able to modulate between them. So like the cool thing about Modulate is you could sequence, like one voice could be snare, 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 and then quickly change to a hat and then back to a snare, and then those kinds of things, which was really cool. But it was just a little bit complicated for playing it live. But the versatility of such a thing is really cool, because you can like just use noise, or you can fade in a fundamental, or all sorts of things. Are you going to sample the sounds you'll make? Most likely I mean, like for Inner Circle Patreons, if you guys want them, I'll post them. If enough, like Patreons, like regular Patreons want them, I'll put it on. But I think here it's like, I think the ideas, I think, are the important thing here. Because, I mean, the kick might not be the right key or sound or whatever. So I generally kind of stay away from samples as opposed to presets, because presets you can kind of change. They always kind of sound different, whereas samples, it's very specific. It's like that's the sound forever, you know? Hey, Artifacts, dude, how you doing? Just give me 1 sec. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to check on something real quick. if there's a way to phase lock this. I don't think there is. Do you guys know? I've never actually made a bass line on it before, now that I think about it. Yeah, dude, it's one of my favorite. If they come up with a MicroFreak, imagine like a polyphonic version. Yo, that'd be... Oh. Cool, we can do single notes. I mean, the tone of this I like. Here's the trick though. So I resample 1 at the root note, 1 at +1, 1 at -1, and then 1 at the octave. That should give us enough range to play with. Prog track done. You know what's actually the niftiest way to do this? I can just create a multi-sample that I could use always. Let's just go start. Okay, it's going to have to be 1 octave lower. That's fine. And then move it up in notes. And then we chop it by hit points. And then load it up into the sampler. And what it'll do is it'll automatically multi-sample it. Pretty nifty little trick. So let's just get like 3 octaves worth here. Okay, that should be enough. Cool, that's enough. Let us render. Oh, the chili pepper. Yeah, that's the spice control, dude. That's like if you're using the arpeggiator, it like randomizes the notes and stuff. Oh shit! Sorry, wrong screen. It's so much to think about here. Sorry about that. So what I've done is I basically just put in MIDI every note for about 3 octaves. And then just rendered it out like this. Then what I'm going to do is chop it. In fact, chop it at the first one. Move it like this. And then we can bounce. And then load it up into the sampler. And then use the sampler to actually chop it up sequentially. Create sampler track. And then sit into slice mode, and then here we can say grid. I How do we change the grid size again? It's somewhere up here. Yeah, here. So then we change it to like, it was 1/4, yeah, and then we got every note automatically resampled. So if we say, oh shit, but now the C is, okay, it's fine, it's fine. I think that'll work. Turn this off. Yeah. Hey, that sounds fantastic. Okay, should we make that snare? Cider and Andy K. I know you guys are waiting for that snare. So my favorite mode, like I said for this, is called the noise mode, which was added in the new V3 firmware. Because you can kind of do a noise and a fundamental oscillator kind of at the same time, which is pretty cool. So you can get some nice snare as well as hi-hat type of sounds. It's like designed for snares and hi-hats. So the third parameter here is like the mix between the fundamental and the actual noise. And then obviously like the note that we trigger will determine the pitch of that fundamental. And we can even add like a pitch shift to that to give it more transient. Sounds pretty good. Okay, let's render that. I'm kind of feeling a snare groove. Like in I think it was the last video with the delay llama thing, I did the snare groove thing, and a lot of people are going mad for the snare groove. So I think people like the snare grooves. It was inspired by Aja. His snare grooves are on point. So we can do some Aja style snare grooves. Make the snare longer. You can always cut. I literally, like, I was saying that kind of stuff earlier, but I just wasn't thinking now. It sounds good, dude. Punchy snares. Way to go. We can always add reverb if we need. Convolution. Let's shift this up so that it's on the grid. Or in fact, I'm going to resample. I'm going to put it into a sampler track anyway so we can get those grooves. But let's just bounce and then create sampler track. Damn, it's so easy when you know what you're doing. Dude, for me, the best thing about the MicroFreak is the way that it's so few knobs. So like, you just have to understand the few little intricacies about, I mean, I barely know like the intricacies about the oscillator mode. You saw I was struggling to figure out the phase lock thing and all that stuff. So like, you just have to know a little bit about kind of like the signal flow of the thing. And know what kind of direction each of those oscillator modes takes you in. And dude, you can fly because there's so few controls. You're kind of limited in how you can play the thing, but it's that oscillator mode selector which kind of like just gives you so much versatility, you know. So like if you know sound shaping, like okay, pitch shift on the envelope, you know, that's universal across the whole thing. So that's like quite a powerful thing about it, is you can get all these different sounds out of a single box. So like it's an example, like I made, I think when I was chatting to you before, I made an example about how previously I had all these different synths. Like I had a Nord to do unison sounds, I had a Moog to do bass sounds, and like all these different synths because each one had a very particular sound that I liked. But then you have to go and read the manual for each one to learn, like, okay, this is the intricacies of this synth, and this is the intricacies of this synth. And when you're trying to play them together, you kind of forget, like, okay, well, now to root this, I've got to go in here and that. But having one synth that can kind of do it all just means you learn one thing and it's fluent from there, you know? We can use the same setting to make hi-hats, but what we'll want to do is just change the MIDI, I guess. And then also reduce the amount of that fundamental balance all the way to white noise. Probably going to sound the best for hi-hats. Kind of like that pingy sound. Maybe we can layer this ping with like just a white noise. Since when can you modulate between the oscillator types? I'm pretty sure in V2 you couldn't do it. So I swear they must have changed it, because that was the one thing which I used to say, like, oh my gosh, I wish you could modulate between the different types, because you can do it on plats, the actual module, which is the same like things in there. I know, guys, I'm the worst. Hey? I know, guys, I'm the fucking worst. Mic muted. I know. I swear you didn't used to be able to modulate between the modes in V2 and V1. I'm sure that's a new thing with V3. Because that was something that I would always be like, oh, I wish the MicroFreak could do it. Let's hear how these layer up the ting and the white noise. I'm so impressed about that little synth, and I like the Buchla style keys. Yeah, man, that's, for me, that's like the, okay, I hate to be somebody who likes something because of how it looks, but that's just, for me, the extra little bonus, you know what I mean? Because it kind of, the way that the envelope amp mod also works is kind of designed to act like a low pass gate if you need it to, which is pretty cool. So it's very much Buchla inspired synthesizer. Also the fact that like you can get so much nice tones without even needing the filter. Yeah, I'm answering your question, Wonky Robot. Can you believe it? Oh my gosh. Data Broth, you got a MicroFreak. Yeah, man. It's one of my favorite fixed architecture synths, actually. And it's so affordable. So versatile. It's like a staple in my live performance because of the formant mode, because I can do, it's like, I don't want to actually give it away. I don't want to give it away, but yeah, the formants, man. I need it. Like, yeah. It's like 50% of Psytrance is formant leads. I wonder what's going to be the easiest way. Let's do a backbone, and we can just layer them. Korg EMS next to your modular. No. There is, I've got a Roland SH101, a Cyclone Analogic TT303, which are like the staple also for Psytrance, a 101 and a 303. But then the MicroFreak, which is like the verse, it's like, so the 303 and the 101 are obviously like very specific sounds, like you can only get that sound from it, but then the MicroFreak fills in all of the other gaps, do you know what I mean? And then the modular like does the beats and the weird noises. So that's like my system. Oh, wrong button. I'll bounce this. Here we go. Boom, boom. Remove those. Sequence this. Sounds good, bruh. Oh, what studio monitors? Sorry, Roman, I saw you ask that question earlier. I use Eames Quartz. It's like a yellow speaker with black cones. Looks blue. Oh, it's probably just the lights reflecting blue. Is it this here that you're seeing? This thing here? It's the Cyclone Analogic TT303. Yeah, I love Moog Synths Navi. The problem is that they're just so damn big. I can't, like, for me, the 101, it's huge, but it's flat, so it can like slide into something. All of the Moogs are either like tiny and don't quite fit into, like, you know, like the small ones don't have keys, and like the big ones are like these gargantuan things. So like, for me, okay, my studio is probably big compared to a lot of you guys, but like, I've got a small studio for somebody who wants as many synths as I want. Do you know what I mean? So I've kind of got to think about it like, okay, the next best option, yeah, it doesn't have all the modulation stuff, but it's kind of closer to just a traditional 303, you know. And I guess the modular helps fill in all those other gaps, you know. This is also one of the other coolest things about Backbone is you can just, once you've made a thing, you can actually just drag it out. Is it here? Yeah, drag sample. Drag it out onto a new track, just like that. Boom. New sample. Now we can get rid of this completely. And then maybe we can make a closed hat or something with just the one sound. Should it be do you think it should be the pingy one or the other one? Hey, Zinsai, a word to your mother. Hello. Hey, Asti Fussy, how you doing? What do you think about the vocoder mode? Yo, we're going to get there, my dudes. We are going to get there. Navi, you should check out my last, I did a performance with the modular and the MicroFreak and everything. I think it's called Contacting the Mothership. And for most of the time, like, I had a pair of headphones with a mic, and then the mic was plugged into the vocoder, and I was just saying random shit, and like with delays and reverbs on it. It was so fun. I think this already sounds pretty punchy. Let's maybe just load this into a sampler track. And we can create like a closed hat with that sound. So just do that. Call upon the macro again, populate midis. Then let's just random velocities. The MicroFreak is paraphonic, so what that means is the oscillator modes, like the oscillator itself has 4 voices, but it kind of gets summed into one before the filter, because it's an analog filter. For it to be true 4-note polyphonic, it would actually have to be 4 analog filters, and that would be, I think, a lot more expensive and a lot bigger and stuff. But that being said, is you can get some pretty interesting things, you know, with chords and that kind of thing, just using the voice modes, which we will get into. Let's just get like a couple of loops or a couple of bars of this loop going, and maybe like a transition thing, and then we can start looking at some leads and atmospheres and that kind of thing. I'm liking where this is going though. This is sounding pretty good. Let's just organize things a little bit better here. Let's disable these. We don't need these anymore. Let's throw these into the trash. Boom. Trash. Boom. Let's folder these. Call this percussions. The usual orange. Let's folder this into leads. That's just a placeholder. We'll probably end up changing that lead sound. Hey, what? Crash. Oh, a crash. Oh, I thought you meant did it crash? The easiest thing is, okay, well, we can just make a crash using one of these white noisy things here. Let's just pop this onto a new a new audio track. Just go enable. You just take like one of these white noisy things and put a big enough reverb on it. And that's how you make a crash sound. Go with Cloud Seed, Hyperplane. Let's cut out the lows first, obviously. I think we want more of the actual reverb and less of the dry sound. Yo, how's that? So like hard mode, I literally just figured this out now. Like hard mode with Soothe, like results, like after this reverb just results in that weird artifact sound, but it kind of has the similar tone to like a cymbal. Listen here. It's like a gross sound, but it kind of has this weird cymbally ringiness. So like just mixing it back a bit in with the original signal kind of makes that white noise sound a little bit more cymbally. Anything can be a sound design tool, dude. A stick and a rock can be a sound design tool in the right hands, dude. A cardboard tube. So you can hear the reverb kind of has a bit of time till it gets full effect. And to make a crash sound a bit splashier once you've put reverb on it, it can help to just move the start point again, like I was explaining. We want to zero cross it though, so we can get like at a zero crossing, and then poof. So this should sound a bit splashier. Maybe I should just control that first note better with a LFO tool. I think it's probably just going to be easier. Because like the sound is nice, but then it gets to the point where there's that little peak. Where is it? Is it this channel? Oh shit, the mic. I'm going to be right back real quick. I need to refill. And I think Shadow is letting me know it's dinner time. SP404, I checked it out. I'm not a big fan of that kind of thing, like, to be honest with you. It kind of just reminds me of a watered down computer in a box. Do you know what I mean? Like, at that point, you might as well just be using a computer. So, like, I don't know, I've never really quite understood the idea of those, like, things that are, like, trying to be, like, of course, everyone, you know, it depends how you use it. Do you know what I mean? That's up to you. But, like, for me, if I'm going to work like that, I might as well take advantage of the technological advances that we've had in the past few decades and not confine myself to, like, a small screen, yeah, and that kind of thing. So, like, I don't know, it seems cool, but for my workflow, I just think that, like, that type of thing is a little bit menu divey. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's menu diving involved with the MicroFreak, but very much not to do with the production and sound design side of things. The menu diving is like setting the oscillator and then you're done, you know. MPC live. Do you mean the MPC live, or do you mean like living the MPC life, like old school MPC 2500 or something like that? Because the newer stuff, I'm not like the MPC live and stuff. Also, again, it's like, at what point do we just say fuck it and use a computer? You know, like a laptop, and then you have all the plugins that you need and all the processing and stuff that you need. Yeah, the Octatrack is a little bit of a different story because, and a lot of the Electron stuff as well is slightly different story, I feel, because yes, it is trying to be like a DAW in a box, but it's very much around its sequencing capabilities and the way that it can control like other things and stuff like that. Whereas I feel like a lot of these newer stuff kind of falls short of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, the Octatrack is it's still, I mean, it's a very old thing, but it's still quite sought after. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people still use it. Okay, let's make some leads. Should we start with like a FM thing? I just realized now, like, I can trigger that thing with this MIDI controller. Like, derp. I didn't even think of that. That's pretty cool. So, but it's not really doorless if the box is basically like a digital audio workstation. Do you know what I mean? That's I don't know, like, it's not, because the MPC, like, its original design was a digital audio workstation. Do you know what I mean? So, like, and it's same thing with the SP404s and stuff. Like, it is by its the default explanation, it is a digital audio workstation. Do you know what I mean? Because it's digital and it's a little audio workstation. Like, no hate for digital stuff or whatever. It's just like, at what point do you say, like, I'm confining myself? Like, I get it. If you're doing that, if you're confining yourself for specific workflow techniques, then I'm all for that. But just the way I do it, I don't think it works for me. Do you know what I mean? put some effects on there. How should we do this? Should we do sweeps? Should we do sample and hold stuff? Should we make a crazy sound and turn it into a wavetable? There's so many ways we can go about this. Unison mode. Bro, don't you know Psytrance is like all monophonic? I'm joking. Very rarely will you hear like wide unison stuff, like maybe just like as a single stab. But very rarely do you hear it in like lead sounds and stuff in Psytrance. Okay, so to get a sample and hold thing, you have to set this LFO over to, of course, sample and hold mode. I think I've got it synced, but if yours is not synced, you click, oopsie, you click the rate button in and that syncs it. And then you can choose the rate here. So because I've got it set up to my DAW, it'll automatically pick up the clock, I think. And then we can send this LFO to the filter using the modulation matrix over here. There we go. Why? This is perfect. This is like every Psytrance song ever already. Let's just record in like a long sequence of sample and hold. And then we could just chop and do whatever. Because I mean, fuck, the sound already sounds great. Oh, you know what's happening? The clock. Okay, this is a weird thing that's going on. I'm not even going to explain it because it's a weird thing. But the clock and the MIDI are at different times because unfortunately Cubase they haven't made a system which allows you to offset the clock in milliseconds, which is weird. Apparently somebody did post about it in the forums, and one of the devs said, "Why would you need such a thing?" And it's like, because anyway. We need it, Cubase. We need it if you're listening. Anyway, so what we can do, it's because it's a sample and hold sound, it's just a single held note. And the clock is still at the right tempo. It's just offset. So we can just render it out and then shift it along, just do the good old hack. So let's render in place. Yeah, dude, careful. Cubase is amazing, dude. it can receive clock in every way possible. For me, that's why the thing is so fucking cool. It's got CV gate clock in, like analog clock input. It can take clock via USB. It can take clock via MIDI. It can take clock via anything. Late to the party is the FX chain hardware. No, the FX chain is color copy and cloud seed. So the reason I do that is because now I can actually just turn these off, and now I've got the dry sound. So we could like turn this into a wavetable or something like that, you know? Yeah, every sound came from the MicroFreak. Don't Korgs treat clock in the opposite direction or something? Don't they use like S-trig or something weird like that? I think like one of the few Korg things that actually does clock correctly is the SQ1 and the new SQ thing, isn't it? But I know that the Volkers do act weirdly with most other clocked gear, unless I'm wrong. But there's like a thing that can change it, like the mixer thing that takes the clock in and sends regular clock out. Why am I dropping so many frames? What is happening here? Okay, so one of my favorite things with the FM mode is also to just set most of the oscillator parameters to either like envelopes and things, and it creates these weird tones. And then I just render out a large bunch of that, and we can like stretch that and warp that or turn that into a wavetable. So this might result in something that doesn't sound very pleasant, but just bear with me because we're looking for weird tones and stuff. So here what I'm going to do is let's just play this in solo for a little bit. Some pretty warbly sounds. Woo! That could be a dubstep bass. I'll be honest, like I'm not a huge fan of the filter. I don't use it like Steiner Parker filters for me always sound a little bit thin. So I don't really use the filter all that much, to be honest with you, except like if I need to for a bass or something like that. But the power is just in these oscillator modes. I mean, we can always filter it and stuff later inside the computer with all sorts of other different, like, you know, better subjective, better sounding filters and stuff like that. I think what I want to do is I want to render this out into my vitals tables folder like this. It starts nice and it's got a weird bend. I think this could be really interesting. But okay, we can normalize it in Vital. That's cool. That's cool. No stress. Let me just bounce this. Boom. As its own thing. Then we can go like this. Export. Find my Vitals folder. There wasn't any filter in that sound. That was literally just FM synthesis, and then the random and there was no filter on that. That was literally that harmonic sweep was created by the weird modulations happening in the FM synthesis engine. That was totally West Coast synthesis, 100%. Let's call this MicroFreak 1. Export. It's saying it must do it in real time, but I'm not even using... Oh. Hi. Save the project before opening Vital. Well, dude, I actually did a bit of a stress test the other day. I did update now, and I literally opened Vital and then closed it. Like the way that I used to close it, which crashed it, I did that like over and over and over and over again, and I haven't been able to crash it yet. So I think that issue is actually fixed. To be honest with you, I think we're good. So let's see, user, I called it MicroFreak 1. Where is it? Oh, MicroFreak 1. Here we go. Oof. Jeez, that is nice. I'm not going to overdo it. I often end up like overproducing stuff, you know what I mean? But that just, it's got a grit, an edge to it. Hey, Kathera, how you doing? Is there a new Vital version? 1.0.7. I don't think there was anything added, but seems that they've fixed like a little issue that I was having. Do you optimize your window for music production? Kind of. I don't know too much about PCs and that kind of thing, but I do follow, like every time I do reinstall, I do follow some of those guides that are online and stuff. Certain ones, there's certain things like, I can't remember what it is now. But I mean, the first thing I do obviously is like turn off the Windows sounds. So like I don't have Windows sounds. That's often a killer. But I mean, it doesn't do anything to the CPU. It's just like when you get a pop-up, it's like, bah! I think it does need a little bit of movement though. Oh, that is perfect. You know, when the camera is shaking like that, then the shit is going good in the studio, you know what I mean? Like when my foot is tapping. You know what helps me to fine tune that bass envelope, man, is like go outside the room, like pump up the volume, sometimes even put a low pass filter so all you hear is that, and then go outside the room, turn up the volume and listen to what it sounds like outside, because you can really hear kind of like the effect of what it would sound like in the worst possible situation. And I guess that envelope, you kind of want it to sound punchy when you're like outside the room, and often like it's sounding good and whatever, but then you go outside and you can hear there's like a little bit of rumble or something like that. So the outside the room test is quite essential for me in music production. Speaking of which, this is another thing. Did you guys see what I did there? Like just reduced where this lead starts. So like this starts here. It started here before. And like along with this and this, you don't get to hear the kick and bass. You don't feel that groove before it's just, okay, crazy shit again. And I feel like this is such an important thing. So many people make this mistake where you just let your kick and bass groove breathe for at least one bar. Just let it breathe for one bar before all the other shit starts coming in. Do you know what I mean? And especially at like a peak moment when you've got other stuff coming in, like hi-hats and stuff like that, it just makes all the difference. Not only in like mastering or stuff like that, it's just like these subtle things, you know? Okay, so now when the drop happens, it's just kick and bass, percussions. It's the most important things, and you feel that groove. Like one or two strikes of this wavetable sound here, and then the FM lead comes in once you've heard, okay, this is what the groove is like. And I think that just little things like that helps people understand the music who maybe don't produce, or, do you know what I mean? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, what's next for this track, guys? Do you think we should go with like a soaring, like saw wave lead with like glide, lots of reverb, like bow kind of stuff? Or should we go with formant lead? Should we use the vocal synthesis in there? Or should we use the vocoder? I can plug in a mic and we can do some voice stuff. Or should we make a pad with the modal thing? It's pretty cool for pads and stuff. But often when I try to use the modal thing, like often just ends up sounding a bit like noisy. So maybe we can explore it together. I don't know. What do you guys think? What should we do? I actually want to find my headphone microphone thing real quick. So the key to getting the vocoder to work, I don't know if you guys can see that up close. You need a TRRS headphone thing. So that's the one with 3 stripes. So there's 4 metal contacts on the connection. So it's like the ground, the left, the right, and the microphone thing, like all in one cable, not split. Does that make sense? So you can actually do this, I think, with iPhone headphones and the mic that's on there. As long as it's the TRRS, then it'll work with the vocoder. Should we put in some vocals running through your pockets for sannies and bongies? What the fuck? 1 2 1 2. Okay, are we going to do the vocoder? Are we doing it? In the vocoder. Okay, let me just set this back to init. You can press the preset button 3 times and it initializes the patch, which is pretty cool. Something I learned recently. And let's switch the type all the way over to vocode. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Nothing's coming through. Oh, it's because we need to trigger this. 1 2 1 2. I think there's envelopes and things happening. Two, 1 2. Strange. Maybe it needs. You know what? Maybe I've got the mic on here muted or some shit. No. Maybe this mic is actually broken. It was on its last legs after that stream. 1 2. Maybe let's just solo this, and we can draw in like a long note. Make things a bit easier, I think. One, two, 1 2. Weird, like I don't know what is going on. The wave should work. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, let me figure out what's going on here. Jump over to Jump over to the other screen real quick. That's weird. Oh, there we go. Too loud, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Perfect. Okay. So I think we can set it to paraphonic mode, and then that allows us to actually draw in chords. 1, 2, 1, 2. Take us out. 1, 2. Should we try to win a chord? 1, 2. I think it's just shitty headphones. Not the thing just even to be not talking even wiggle. It was just shitty headphones. The thing had to like be properly in and like wiggled a bit. I could kind of hear there was something like crackling. So obviously like the cable of the headphones is on its way out. It's working. It's working. 1, 2, 3. Contact behaviors. It's been closed. You can see it's one of the things that it's huge. It's dead. We're gonna see. Just gonna see. The coolest thing about this technique is you can kind of use your voice to kind of control the envelopes. So you kind of choose a chord or a sound and you like, ooh, and you can kind of like almost voice control like an envelope, which is pretty cool. So the thing with this, because it works like best in real time, we're probably going to have to actually just record it in real time. So let's make a group for all of these. Say, add group channel to selected track. We can call this record group. And then we can add an audio track, set the input of that to the record group, and then just, why is this not record? Oh. Ooh. Nice. That's such a cool transition. Should we record in like a sentence or something on like an arpeggiator rather than a chord? Let's see how that. Come up with a cool sentence. Anything like in quotation marks. Just say, like, if you have a cool thing in mind, just put it in quotation marks in the chat, and we'll see if it works in the track. I think what I'm going to do is let's write a melody in the other mode, and then we can just switch over like in traditional basic waves mode. Let's write the MIDI paraphonic. Should we just do it simple like that? I think those clicks aren't actually, it's not clipping, it's because there's a weird noise mode in there and it's like switching between them. And I think it's like clicking that thing every now and then. But I mean, I think let's just get in some samples of this because it's a pretty cool tone. The MicroFreak, it's my voice is going into the input and it's in vocoder mode. Okay, enough of that. We can go back to normal sounds. Let's just out of the menu. Initialize that. We've got some cool recordings in here. Okay, where should we go now? We do a super saw. Yeah, the sequence is currently coming from Cubase. I'll show you. And then also the effects and stuff. So it's just that sequence playing. Super simple thing. I mean, I could have sequenced it on there. Super simple. But I just like being able to like maybe change it if I want to or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Hey, thanks. It Fikios. Thank you, man. Maybe we go with, like, let's see, one of the other modes. Harmonic is really good, really, really good. Formant. We could do a formant. We could do speech. Speech is pretty cool. Modal. Every single sound you're hearing right now came from the MicroFreak. Oh, love it. I did them right at the beginning, Asti. Hey, Santa just took some LSD. It was like Christmas bells. Going wild over there. Maybe we should only use this as like a fill. That's strange, it doesn't want to work. Oh, it gives it a nice like cutty sound. Almost sounds like a guy scratching records. Because it's like weird pitching as well as the cuts. It's kind of got that like kind of vibe, but a bit more synthy. I just switched the modes, but now all the modulations are still the same. That's quite nice. What are we doing to this thing? Poor thing! Fucking poor thing. Yeah, to be honest with you, the Behringer Neutron is cool, but it's a very simplistic take on what modular is, if you know what I mean. Whereas personally, hold on a sec. What the fuck? Hold on. As much as there's no inputs and outputs, like modular stuff on the MicroFreak, I feel like they captured the essence of modular sound design in this box a lot better than Behringer did with the Neutron. Even though that the Neutron has got physical ins and outs, it doesn't really offer all that much extra to the architecture of the synth. Do you know what I mean? Because there's no weird things that you can do that you can't do with just the synth itself. So the Neutron for me is a bit of a weird one. I mean, it sounds decent and it's a good price and it's a good entry level, like entry into the world of modular. But if I were posed with the choice, this thing, it is the most, in my opinion, it's the most versatile synth for the money. Like, if you had to tell me, like, take a Virus TI or a MicroFreak, doesn't matter what the price is or what the value is. Personally, I'd probably go with the MicroFreak based on the fact that they still update it. So, like, there's still firmware being updated. Like, the Vocoder was added a couple of months ago. Do you know what I mean? So, it's growing and it's getting more versatile. Like, the type modulation thing that they've added and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. The Virus is a great synth and it's super versatile. But this thing kind of just captures the way I feel about how you design things in the modular world. Like, it's just a bit different. Do you know what I mean? Like being able to flip between the oscillator types with a modulation source, like that's crazy. So it's basically like flipping presets with a random or with an LFO. Do you know what I mean? Aphex Twin, eat your heart out. Yo. What just happened? Like, that was sick. Make a song only with funny sounds. Check my community page on my tab. Check, there's a thing there. I'm doing like a poll kind of thing where I want to start doing videos on fictitious or imaginary genres. So like come up with a funny thing and like a subgenre thing. Do you know what I mean? Like some sort of meme plus dubstep or something like that, and post it there. Please. Fucking perfect. Now we just have to cherry pick it. That's always the hardest part. Oh, fuck, that was perfect. That like last little bit there. Okay, I reckon last-ish sound for today. Let's make an acid lead. Should we do that? Let's loop this part. We can change this later, but I want to try to figure out the legato thing. I think there's a setting in the menu to get the legato working here. So we can just jump over there real quick and we can figure this out together. I just want to loop, overlap some of these notes here so you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm going to leave the DAW open. Acid leads generally I like slidey downy things rather than slidey uppy things. So I'm just randomly finding notes that have that move downwards after them. You know what I mean? And then just randomly making some of them longer. I just use the basic shapes because it's got the saw and the square, so you can kind of mix between them if you need, but sounds good just as is, I think. Love it. Love it. Not quite 303, but fucking acid lead nonetheless. Like, really, fuck, that sounds great. Really. Yo, this thing. It's a bit sharp for you guys, sorry. Fantastic. Complain Brazil, S2. Tell them to book me, bro. I'm ready. I'm ready for Brazil, my dude. I wish. One day. Should we do it? Should we riff this motherfucker? that is what... Oh, guys, what are we doing? It's amazing. What do you mean? No, I'm not going to enter the contest. I'm just helping you guys. I'm helping you guys win it. I'm not going to... No. It's... What is the prize? Do you guys know? What is the prize? Maybe that might change my decision. Yeah, I think so. I think it needs a bit of a gate here and there, but I want to make one more lead. I want to make just a simple, maybe like a melodic thing. I think we're pushing it too far now. Like, we just need something to kind of bring it back home. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just like maybe a simple melody, not too much ARP sequence, not too much fucking modulation and acid and rift and infiltrator and all that stuff going on. Just a nice, simple melody, maybe even sine waves or something. But yeah, let me just loop this real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, I think I got an idea for this one. We'll do like a slowly evolving wavetable, like plucky sound. It slowly like modulates through with like an LFO or something like that. Slowly modulates through the wavetable position. I hope you guys can hear this over this noise that's blasting in my studio. You know what? Let's do it with MIDI, not the LFO. Let's cycle through the wavetable position with MIDI. I think this is CC12. So I think that knob is CC12. So we can actually just go here and find CC12 and just modulate it like this. We don't actually have to wiggle it in, which is pretty cool. Let's just read automation so I can actually send it through. think this is nice. We don't actually have anything really in this frequency range in the track that's like of interest. Do you know what I mean? Everything is very and weird and low frequency, and do you know what I mean? We don't have any nice pingy, you know? It like fits like a glove right there. No EQ, nothing. It just sits nicely. Well, I think there is actually a bit of EQ, but still, just because of the frequency range which it's sitting, you're kind of mixing it without having to mix it. Do you know what I mean? There is a bit of that frequency range in this sound, like bleeping every now and then. So it'll be nice to like resolve that into something that's like slightly musical. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I think I'm going to call it a night over there. It has been a nice productive one. I'll let this loop a few times for those who want to stay for the jam. Hellraiser aesthetic vibes with this track. Sick. Might see a MicroFreak sound bank. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I've got a couple of sound banks which I just need to finalize. You know, I just need to finalize a couple of sound banks. Then I'm going to maybe start looking at like some of the less popular stuff. Like the Vital stuff is like, man, I can't put it out fast enough. People are begging and begging more Vital sound packs, more Vital sound packs. Like I literally cannot put them out fast enough. So I've got that on the way. Also another big announcement, that my masterclass is complete and it will be launching at the end of this month. Let me see if there's any, do you release music somewhere? Bandcamp mainly. and here on my YouTube channel. It's a pleasure, Cider. Thanks for giving me the ideas. You know what I mean? That snare thing, and asking me about the MicroFreak and stuff. I've still got some videos coming up on the MicroFreak. Like, it's been one of those things which I've kind of neglected for so long. I mean, I use it so much, but like doing the content on it, because I just didn't realize like how popular it would be. I didn't realize how many of you guys actually have it. You know what I mean? But it should have been obvious just because it's such a damn cool thing. How did you take a theme? Do you mean theme? How did I make the theme? I don't know what you mean. Bitwig or Ableton? This is neither. This is Cubase. Mr. Billy Ray Myers. Cubase Pro 11. Well, maybe I will buy the synth. Dude, it's so good. It is so, really, it's so good. If you weren't tuned in from the beginning, like every single sound in this track came from there. The hi-hats, the snares, the kick, the bass, everything. Like literally. And it sounds full. Often when you do stuff that's like custom firmware, no, it's just the firmware V3, which is like the latest firmware from Arturia themselves. But the coolest thing about it also is that they're keeping it up to date. So like years after the thing has been released, they're still adding firmwares, and they're going to other developers. For example, in V3, they've got a bunch of stuff, like I said, from Noise Engineering, who's a modular manufacturer. So a lot of the noise engineering algorithms are in there. Like the thing I used for the snares and the hi-hats was a noise engineering algorithm that was added in the V3, which was like added a couple of months ago. So, dude, it's crazy value for money. And I think it's just going to keep growing. You know what I mean? It's such a powerful kind of like ecosystem that they've built here. I mean, I don't know. I haven't got any spoilers or anything. Like, I don't have spoilers, but I think there's more in this type of thing coming. Like, if not, I hope they like maybe it'd be really cool. Yeah, it's like a polyphonic MPE compatible thing with a nice no hate. Like the keyboard, I love the look of it, and I can play it like single notes at a time. But for doing faster melodies and stuff, like it just doesn't really work for me. So like I often end up using this with it, except if I'm doing like programming in the sequences one step at a time, So if they would do like a bigger version, maybe polyphonic, MPE compatible, a nice playable keyboard on there, man, that thing, wow. I'm telling you, it would be popular. I think he meant what is better, Ableton or Bitwig. Personally, I prefer Bitwig. It's my personal opinion. But if you have Ableton, I wouldn't say ditch it yet, because until you figure out why you need something else. A lot of people are like, I see a lot of talk about like, people are unhappy with the sound that they get, so they think that buying a new DAW is going to change that. It's not necessarily always the case. Always like try evaluate like how much you can get out of the DAW, and when you personally start to see like, okay, I need a change because of X, Y, and Z, and you see in another DAW that maybe that has the benefits, then make the change. But I don't want to say this is better, buy it, you know what I mean, or Cubase or Bitwig is better, buy it. But like, I personally prefer Cubase for when I'm creating music on the computer, and when I'm jamming live with synths, I go with Bitwig. There is many custom firmwares. That's interesting. Interesting. It would be interesting. Yeah, another random would be nice. Like a note on random would be Ace, because that would negate the clock thing. Do you know what I mean? So if we had MicroFreak, Arturia guys, if you're listening to this for V4, please, a note on random. If there isn't one in already, if there is one, like, let me know. But a note on random, guys, V4, please, a note on random, because then that would fix the problem of the clock thing. Anyway, I could rant on for days. Am I missing anything? I am buying a MIDI keyboard after Diwali celebration. Cool, dude, Lakesh, cool. It really is a big help. Like people say, like, oh, you can just trigger with a keyboard or trigger like the notes on the screen and stuff. But having the keyboard in front of you just kind of pushes you to play the thing. Do you know what I mean? So I find like, you know, I used to have a big MIDI controller, but it was too big to kind of fit here, so it would be on the side. And I would very rarely like go there and play a thing because it was out of arm's reach. But just having a controller like right here, it's just like I end up playing the things in so much more. So you're going to really love it, man. MIDI controller is the way. I don't know. I am wondering, maybe I can move to Cubase. Bro, what's your biggest aspirations? Love to know. How do you mean? Like, what do I want out of life? Like, you know, like, or like what out of my career and stuff? I don't know. I'm pretty happy, like, what I'm doing here. Like, I mean, obviously, I've got bigger goals, you know? But, like, the ability to, like, make money doing what I love, but at the same time, like, help people. Do you know what I mean? So it's not a self-serving thing that I do. I think that's like has always been something that I wanted to like get towards, which I'm pretty happy where I'm going and where I'm at, if you know what I mean. But I think like what could be cool, like in the future, like retirement plans and stuff, maybe like open like a music school or something, you know? Yeah, in South Africa. Maybe for like underprivileged people that can't like afford, because sound engineering shit is expensive, you know, and learning like all the colleges and stuff, like it's expensive. So I think, and there's so many talented musicians and producers in this country that have to like go online and learn these things, but then also never get the opportunity to actually ever even listen to their music on a pair of monitors or touch a MIDI keyboard or something like that. I remember when I was working in the music store, like you'd see so many producers and so many artists, obviously coming from disadvantaged backgrounds, that like the passion and the music is so good. But then when they come to the store and like to listen to their stuff on the speakers and stuff, like it's, you can see like for them, it's like this crazy experience, you know? And I think maybe doing something like that could be cool, you know, setting up something, but obviously like shit, that'd be long-term goals, you know? Anyway, yeah, okay, rant over. I'm going to head out. I will let this play through a couple of times. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been awesome. Thank you for listening to my monologue at the end here. Anyway, you guys have been awesome as always. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I will see you guys soon.